Thank you for accompanying me.
Sure. Although, I'm not sure how much...
Don't you know? Adventure, for that matter, so can loot. And I have a feeling Raft as Mark. I realize a shopping day is probably old hat to you, but it's something I've...
How is it possible you...
Well, that's the thing about money. In some ways, it opens up the... But in another sense, as a youth, I rarely left my family estate. And why would we leave? All our every whim was catered to by... Forget errands. I didn't even clip my...
There must be a part of you...
Not at all. I'll always choose novelty over comfort. And today, that means see... Only there's a cat. Isn't it thrilling?
My heart is beating faster.
I'd like to say I always have that... But you're my first. Oh! What's... This looks interesting. It's sort of... Look, a single elixir that functions as shampoo, conditioner, body wash, and toothpaste.
A modern marvel for sure.
Oh, if only you had. I have to imagine this will bring good cheer. But that will be my final purchase of the day. Despite my judicious use of those paper, I was impressed by those. So impressed, in fact, I had one...
Hey, I can definitely...
I hope you will, Sylvia. Assuming I can make...
That's all of. Did I forget to look up again?
Well, if it isn't the champion...
Roxanne? What are you doing here? Take the owl, not me.
I have to say, winning that if this is the state of things after
Are you serious right now? How many times do I have to beat?
You think keeping my chin up in the face of adversity is a flaw? Well, second greatest. And so you know, I've lost more than you realize. Letting my mask drop felt Therefore, after great deliberation...
My offer?
Of help, yes.
Oh, right. You want like a discount or...
What I need, for the time being, is a
I have a basement?
Didn't you know? There's a You must have noticed the creaky, uneven floorboards.
I chalked it up to shoddy workmanship. That didn't feel... Psst. Owl, you didn't think to mention that we...
Your uncle was expanding, but the workers quit, so it isn't finished. Also, as mentioned, there's lava.
I can't believe it. A whole bit... And to think, I've been sleeping on an old chair.
I doubt the space would serve you as a bed. Not very comfortable for humans, but it suits me perfectly.
Knock yourself out. I obviously wasn't using it.
That's marvelous news. You're quite a heavy sleeper, you know. But I'll make it worthwhile for you. I know you've been... Have you tried a bit of sleight of hand?
I'll admit, that's not a bad...
I'll be putting it to use soon. I've no time to lick my wound. My potions racket may have gone belly up, but I've got a new venture. One that will make use of my honest talents.
Which talents? Your magnetic personality?
And here I thought you were somehow immune to my... I meant enchanting, actually. With my abilities, even a drab, everyday potion can be elevated into something extraordinary. You can see how that...
Yeah, that could be the edge I need.
Come down and see me sometime, and I'll... Yeah.
That's all of them.
As you can see, I've hit the ground running with my new and care to help me box up a few things for the pawn shop? Unless you'd rather just stand there.
Wait a minute. Is this my uncle's stuff you're planning to sell?
Whatever gave you...
This broom polo trophy for most combative player?
Well, now I see where you got your argument.
Oh, whatever. And I don't want to be tripping over Oswald's old junk.
I could certainly use it. And yet, I shouldn't like to... It's more than a little embarrassing, you know. Running a business out of someone else's basement.
Ah, who cares what people think?
Bravo, Sylvia! Although in our line of work. After all, the key to a successful sale often comes... Butter them up with a bit of flattery.
Yeah, I can do that. Although, it's a little bit manipulative.
Ah, you're catching on.
No one. Literally no.
Regardless, I think you'll agree that such pearls of wisdom, not to mention the access you now have, and I assure you, this time around, the service...
I don't doubt your skill with... In fact, I think I've figured some...
Clever. My potions were a little more than water and dyes, but the bottles they came... So just imagine the results you could get. But go on. Imagine it. I'll wait.
We'll see how it goes.
And take it from me. It occurs to me that despite... As long as I'm operating out of your basement, so let's put all the nastiness away.
Yeah,
Dear thing, you really must stop setting...
That's all of them. Now, where did I put...
Hey, sorry to barge in like this. Can I hang out in here for a minute?
Yeah, of course. I'll put up my clothes sign and lock the door.
That's good of you.
Are you in some kind of trouble?
It's nothing serious, just some guy with a camera. And no respect for a person. But hey, this is a cool shop.
Thanks. I'm Sylvia.
Right on, Sylvia. I've always been so impressed by potion makers. That's a skill.
I'm guessing you're some kind of performer?
Guessed it in one. I've been playing at the Heroes Guild. It's the most fun I've had. Demanding work, though. Heroes get rowdy between that and staying one step ahead of nosy journal. I'm practically asleep on my...
Well, you're welcome.
I appreciate that. But it looks like the coast... And I've got to get back to the guild hall before Baptiste takes to the stage with his amateur ventriloquism routine. Thanks for letting me hide out. I hope I'll see you around.
She was nice. And clearly juggled. I bet bet a mana potion would be just the pick-me-up she needs. I should really learn that.
Sylvia, hi, I'm Luna. It is a real pleasure.
That's the warmest welcome I've had in a long...
It's no less than you deserve. I mean, cool under pressure, knowledgeable and confident. But are you ready to seize the opportunities that your victory is bringing your way?
Are we flirting right now? Because I'm...
Ha! All that and funny too? You are the full package. I'm here in my capacity as founder and sole proprietor of... Now, I know what you... Do I even need marketing, Luna? I'm killing it without resorting to your... Shut up about marketing and take a day off before you crash and burn, Luna! Well, I'm biased, I know. But I still think marketing is the right... Rafta's economy is in constant flux. It's total chaos. But getting the right message out there, TLDR, it gives you an advantage. And I would like to humbly suggest that you enjoy having one of those.
It would be a nice change of pace.
I knew you'd see the sense in it.
Well, you certainly...
Aw, thanks. Anyone who starts strong and the sky's the limit.
I can see the wisdom.
I know, right? So listen, come by my office and squeeze it and smother it and crush it, Sylvia. It'll be fun, I promise.
So many feathers.
Sylvia, you...
Whoa!
I'm traveling in style these days. Makes it easier to avoid nosy journalists without having... Although I'm awfully glad I ducked into yours.
I'm glad you liked it.
Did I ever? My vocal... I even mesmerized a heckler in the middle of my set. I feel like I could...
Maybe you should put that to the test.
And do you think I have what it... I'm not sure. But I'll admit... I'm Sid, by the way.
Nice to meet you officially, Sid. Although, I suddenly can't shake the feeling that...
Well, you might. My stage name is Sidriel.
Wait, are you the Sidriel? Super... One and the same.
But keep it under wraps. Trying to keep a lower profile these days.
You're doing a good job. I don't think...
Funny to think of this look as a disguise. This is the real me. From my point of view, my usual look is calculated for mass appeal. Bottle blonde hair, lip gloss, and a very reasonable number of periods. Turns out, left to my own devices, the fact that people don't recognize me is a nice bonus.
And the guy you were avoiding...
A paparazzo chasing a rumor. Thanks to you, he didn't... So for now, I'm flying under the radar. I get the enjoy... Without the pressure that comes from being...
Well, your secret...
I had a feeling, Sylvia. And your gift was so thoughtful. I didn't like the idea of... You should come by the guild. Until then, stay cool.
That's all of them.
Hey, Sylvia, you found me. I was hoping you would, because I've got news. Big news. Momentous. How's that for hype? My manager would.
I'm definite.
I'll cut right to it. I've been thinking about how supercharged that I might have what it takes, so I decided to give it a shot. I've officially joined the Heroes Guild.
You'll have more fun as a hero. Fighting monsters.
Well, hold on. The heroing it might seem completely disconnected from my music career. All of the most popular songs are about heroic exploits, after all. You have to figure that having a few exploits of my own will help me connect with the material. Help me sell the emotion.
What about romantic?
Well, I'm single at the moment. Assuming I have time for that sort. Baptiste still wants me playing here as much as possible. And it took some work.
How'd you win him over?
Same as always. I made my case.
The guild's got a singer, a real go-getter. Her shows are great, but they'd be better if she were a hero. So come on, won't you let her?
Once he started humming that to himself, I knew I had him. Maybe that's a lesson you can use. The surest way to win people.
I'll keep it in mind during my own song.
Good. After all, merchants are performers too. I'm glad you dropped in on me, Sylvia. And I hope you'll keep me in mind for— Oh, and I'm affordable too.
Now that's mute.
Sylvia, it is good that you are here today. Are you not, after all?
As a matter of fact, I am.
That is excellent, for I have great need. I wish to make a particular shape. Ah, 'tis a plum. Periwinkle? Heather? Lavender! Ah, boy! I only want mauve, Sylvia.
Maybe we should ask.
Yes, to continue down this path would be folly. But though, for there is bird song on the air, a hint of blooming flowers upon. Oh, Sylvia, I am sorry, but I cannot continue this charade.
We all have our down days. So, what's got you down?
It is the work,
The work?
the great work. It is at an impasse. I had thought to make a request of you, but I find myself hesitant.
You're cute when you're shy.
Oh, Sylvia! Well, you will find.
Form and function.
I feel very. But. Sylvia, I wonder if you. Under normal I feel that your reaction as a.
Wow.
Prepare yourself for an aesthetic assault upon the senses! So, what do you think?
It says so much about. Quite a daring statement,
Yes! Still, it is only just beginning. There are always moments of doubt along the way, but Now please.
Hey, now. And thanks for sharing your work in progress.
Wait, you must!
That's all of them. I wonder what rich people do it.
Have you heard what people are saying about
That he's recognized my
Not quite. They're saying he single-handedly wrestled a sandworm into submission, then surgically removed its vestigial heart before...
Wow.
There's more. The next day, he stalked a cyclopean hare back to its burrow, where the hare had been attacking travelers, but liberated from tooth decay, it's now docile as... In summary, he's strong, he's brave, and he never takes a life unless he has to. He doesn't even pluck a flower unless...
Well, that's great. And you want to watch the counter while I go wrestle sandworm?
I hope you jest.
Oh, I just real hard.
Perhaps not. I wouldn't admit this to just anyone, but I do maintain, and if they happen to sell those wares to an interested consumer, then they are able to avoid RAFTA's rather tedious import taxes and pass the savings on to you.
You're talking about...
Well, they are pirates. You should go and meet them before passing judgment. I'm sure a clever thing like you will be...
I could swear I just cleaned these floors.
It's your lucky days. You're sad, solid.
I'm not any of those things.
Fine, but I think we can agree that this shop needs... I found a rescue animal, and I think you're...
What? Really? I don't know, Quinn. I've already got Owl lurking.
Well, I can't keep her. Boxer's too territorial. Besides, it's sort of a done, and I don't think you'll have much luck moving her. For a mimic...
I've never had...
Mimics are the best. But even by mimic standards, Vendy is...
A vending machine could be used.
Yeah, no kidding. You want to make some room? Sell a potion at a fixed price. Skip all. You just put that potion in Vendy, sit back, and...
Okay, you've won me over.
That's good. She was born... I've never seen a mimic so unlikely to...
I hope you're right.
Yeah, well... Maybe keep an eye out for fingernails in her droppings.
I think this is the right place.
Avast and such!
Oh! Hi! I was looking for salt.
What gave it?
Welcome to our emporium.
Yeah, Emporium! Now, can we interest you in a treasure chest? And each one is guaranteed.
I'll consider it.
Get to know us? Are you undercover for the town? If you are, you have to
What? No! I'm just
Oh, yeah? You know it.
that it killed the cat?
What? No! Jeez! What kind of curiosity is a.
Be nice, Salt.
I'm being nice. Aren't I being nice?
Nice enough. We're all friends.
There! See, Pepper? Anyway, between me and you, lady, Pepper's the one. He's a beast, that one.
He looks so cuddly.
Yeah. You last guy who tried lost half. Anyway, Pepper and I, when he goes on the attack, I watch our flank. When I've got my claws out, he's got my back.
As a solo operation,
Hey, versatility's not a bad. Anyway, we should wrap this up. The ship won't run.
You wouldn't like me when I'm hungry.
Let me put my tools aside.
What are you working on?
A bit of everything. At the moment, I'm putting the finishing touches. But in the last few days, I had heard the Heroes Guild's new ringleader was having some... I suppose I should have realized that more heroes meant more civilian. I mean, it's gotta be if they...
It sounds like you're pretty busy. I could come back later.
Don't be silly. If we didn't make time for pleasant diversions, we'd both be... That might be a lesson for your own shop. Sometimes a customer prefers a bit of...
You're so right.
Speaking of which, I should probably deliver these tongs in person. How would you feel? Goodness, so many... It's almost overwhelming.
You get used to it. Even the smell fades.
I'm not sure I'd... Did you see how many booths are selling ready-to-wear clothing? Next thing you know, people will be paying money to have strangers prepare their meals or cut their hair. This place has changed quite a lot. When I first set hoof to shore, the livestock here outnumbered the people.
What brought you here?
Let's just say I'm only to find something else entirely. Today, I'm content simply to take in the sights.
You're the nicest sight around.
Even more alluring. You're fun. In fact, it's been such a pleasant outing. So thank you. The gift of...
Thank you for having me. I appreciate the offer of tea. And
Sorry, it's sort of a...
hey, I live outdoors, remember? Although, now that I take a closer look, this place... You should be okay for a little while, though. Assuming there's not an earthquake or a stiff breeze.
It's a work in progress, but it's coming along. Well, either that or I've just gotten very used...
It's not so bad a smell. Before I made this hat, it was... As for the shop, as works in progress go, it's... How about I take care...
You don't have to do that.
I know I don't have... And it would be rude to deny... Now, hold my tea. All done. It's just a patch job, but
You're seriously impressed.
it was out of necessity. When things would break, Silky was the alpha of our little group. But he was all thumbs, and he often forgot his own strength. I learned a lot by watching him, though. And when I showed him what
Life on a ship?
I loved having the freedom to travel.
Wait, you were a hero? Did I know that? I don't think I knew that.
Well, now you do. Does it change your opinion of me? It's kinda hot.
You're so chill all the time.
Oh, you like a woman of I don't consider myself. I'm simply more interested.
There must be a story there, though.
Not really. Being a hero just didn't suit me. I'm much happier now, having left all. And I still help people in my own way. I've got a coupon.
Wow!
You're adorable. I've just noticed an uneven shelf and a warp. I can't stand up.
You know I like to live dangerously. But this is a whole new level. Walking into the monster-laden woods alongside my...
Stalker? I just enjoy your company. Doesn't make me a
Sylvia.
I suppose I could leave, but
Nah, don't leave. We just got here. And consider yourself warned.
there's a haggling. Don't quit when...
That's sort of trite, though. I'd be more likely to tell you not to quit when your opponent is backed into a corner. Don't let up. Pour on the pressure and...
Brutal. But whatever gets the job done. And actually, speaking of jobs, shouldn't we leave the forest to the heroes?
Heroes are like sledgehammers. And sometimes, you need a shit. Now, be quiet or you'll scare away the monsters.
You say that like it's a bad thing. Maybe I could help.
I'm just looking for anything different from that same... I swear, if that smiling twit with the hammer brings me one more slime...
Oh, you wanted to get...
Do I strike you as the... I wanted you here in case...
Am I the
Not exactly. You don't have to outrun them. You just have to outrun...
Quinn? Am I...
Sylvia, if you were bait, I'd hide your broom in the bushes and... Obviously.
Where?
I'd say see you soon, but I'm pretty sure your funeral's gonna be close.
Don't you dare leave me here!
Oh, You're sorta cute. All that flailing.
I wasn't crying.
Oh well. There's always tomorrow.
Today's going to be a
Hello. I see I beat the morning rush.
Oh my gosh. Oh, wow. I know you.
And I know you. Hello, Sylvia. Are pets allowed? May here is my constant companion.
Of course that's all right. Wait, that was a stupid...
Please, don't trouble yourself. I just wanted to drop in and introduce myself. The competition was too frenzied for conversation. And for reasons I don't understand, they had me judging a soap-making contest right after the potions. The soap-making was not so riveting, but I was intrigued by what I saw.
Wow. Thank you. From you, that means I don't normally geek out like this. But I studied some of your work in college. Your application of thermodynamic principles to elemental resistance potions is legendary!
Well, now I'm the one who's honored. You've no idea how tiresome it is to be I've got to be going. And good luck out there.
Wow.
One of his fangirls.
I wouldn't say that. But his potions are supposed to be and his success is even... Nah, really? You realize Robin was there when Maven the Witch Queen was defeated, right? He was just a little kid conscripted by and yet, he survived. He's the only one who walked away from that battle.
I've always assumed his survival was a fluke. He got lucky, and then he decided to milk his situation for all it was worth, leveraging his fame to make his potions. His prices are absurd, and people pay them. Also, he's not that handsome.
Who said he was handsome? What's that got to...
I just say he's overrated.
Fine, fine. The lizard was weird though, right?
Ugh, don't get me started.
I knew you'd be back. I'm very good at reading all 6 human emotions. And envious. That look of plaintive. A blood brother! Yeah! Sign me up! I'll be a blood brother. That's what I like to hear. But I'm afraid that's gonna be a hard pass from us.
What? How come?
We don't just let anybody into work. But we'll keep an eye on you. Maybe you've got what
I'll prove myself.
Salt and pepper will...
Only if we write it down.
Everybody in our crew has a role. I'm the quartermaster. I make sure we've got enough of what we need. Plus...
Sounds important.
No lie! This lousy gang of miscreants may seem civilized, but take away Pepper, obviously, is the captain. Nothing happens. He's the scourge of the seas. Rules with an iron paw.
I have been known to play with my prey.
But he also plays with his friends and family. The one thing we've all got in common is, it's the only way to make sure you get what's yours.
I can be rowdy to get...
Do it then! Show 'em!
Business is booming, Sylvia. So much so that I'm... There, success! He even threw in a free pair of earrings.
How did you do that? He warmed up faster than ramen.
I only turned on the charm a little. Batted my... It works every time.
Okay, and hey, speaking of flattery, I'm impressed. You're doing good work, Roxanne.
Yes, I've made strides in a short time. And to think, I've done it all on my own.
You're a force of nature.
Taking some of my advice to heart,
So, what's next for you? Have you...
Oh no, I'm afraid that would... This little operation of mine...
Wait, Roxanne,
I told you I was making use of my But this town and all its rules... It's no wonder I became a con artist. And you know, I've run some pretty marvelous rackets over the years.
The potions con...
Far from it. A literal pyramid scheme, mind you. We claim to be... When that racket got too hot, I set up in it while helping myself to the I'm quite dexterous with it. By the time anyone caught on, I'd moved on to even a bit of light.
I'm gonna have a heart attack. You're...
Why? But I'm telling you, Sylvia, I've reformed. However, to operate a business in this town...
I know all about it.
It's easy for you to say. Anyone with a degree from an accredited college is automatically... It's all part of some initiative to attract so-called... Everyone knows you recently obtained your degree. You tend to bring it up.
I'm not sure that's true.
Whereas I never
All right, so the shortcut isn't an option for you. What's the norm?
Well, I'd have to pay a fee, submit some paperwork, and pass an exam of some...
Is that all?
Are you certain at all? Anyway, what's the point? If I get caught cutting corners, I'll just move on to the next racket.
I don't want you to leave, Roxanne.
I knew you'd get it. You have a point, though. It would be if I weren't forced to pull up stakes. All right, I'll do it. I'll get my license.
I should probably warn you, nobody looks good in their...
Nonsense. The trick is to and threaten the photographer with bodily harm.
Tell me more about yourself.
Oh, sure. I have a copy of my CV that you can take with you. It lists everything. Degrees, internships. It basically starts in kindergarten and keeps going.
That's good information to have.
I know,
But I'm also curious about you as a...
Ooh, that's a tough...
Well, are you new to town?
Oh, yes. I've only been here a few months. I've been working for a big marketing firm on the main... But I wanted to branch out and do my own thing. Spread my wings a little, you know? I don't have to tell you that, though, do I? We're both... I confess, I know quite a bit about you. I do my homework on potential clients, you see.
Learn anything interesting? Oh, did you figure out where I left my sandwich store?
No. But feel free to... I only did some light digging. It's good business sense. I think of marketing at its... You might not be the most
Hard to argue.
But you have so much potential for success, Sylvia. You've got... If I can help give you a boost towards success, then...
That's refreshingly...
Oh, don't be fooled. I can be... But I'll work hard for you, Sylvia, if you'll let... As young business owners, we have stress... You don't have to let the anxiety of...
A positive spin on stress?
Helping people see things in a new... And I'm good at what I do. I mean, just...
I can see it in your eyes, Sylvia. You wish to know if I... You wish to... Sadly, the answer is no. Your dear Muktuk...
What's the problem?
That is good of you, but my At this stage in my pilgrimage, the ancestors should... Instead, they wish... And I find myself unsure how to proceed.
You could seek inspiration.
Sylvia! And yet, perhaps the ancestors... It is decided. Let us... And here... See there, cradled... A bird's nest is a marvelous thing. Its that purpose informs everything about it. There is room for... Floor. See how no two nests are in that protean gap between four... That.
I went to meet the bird who you...
Quite so. And it glitters so prettily. Not unlike your eye. Oh, forgive me for being mawkish. Something we do not have.
Really?
Oh, we have trees, but they are solid. The harsh, wintry climate of my homeland does not allow for such verdancy.
Oh, no wonder you like.
And what sweet music! But this is why we travel. For even the wildest, the broader your horizon.
It can get lonely, though, being an outsider.
I know well of what you speak, for even in a land of... But this is why, as I have said before, we must... Where others might falter, we as working art... And if in our heart of hearts we...
Fake it till you make it, right?
But hey, how are you feeling about your project?
Wondrous! Yet, in truth, I think it could have been better. The execution was interesting.
Harsh, but fair.
Alas, it is ever so. Still, my mood is improved, and, most assuredly,
It's time to do our civic duty, Sylvia. It's a good thing you're wearing gloves. Nothing can withstand the caustic saliva of the mustachioed lizard, including...
Does that also include this bucket? Because I think it's starting to smoke.
Whoops! We'd better hurry and hit as many spots as we can. Phew! It feels so good to do something The hunt for a legendary weapon is...
What's the latest?
I've been keeping an ear out for rumors, and I finally heard a promise. I tried to get a party together, but my guildmates are super... So, I spent hours wandering around alone in the mist. I'm sure I was...
Did you ever find this...
Yeah! I guess if you're ever looking to stash a blade away for a generation or two, at least I got my steps for the day.
I thought your glutes looked nuts.
Well then, but to be honest, I'm starting to have visions of myself as a washed-up wannabe.
Your first...
It was like... My dad's run a regional distribution...
Wow, catnip is big business.
Oh yeah. Cat pie... According to the stories, they used to sail up and down the coast. Regular dependable access to catnip keeps everyone happy. When a man came to our door, he pointed out the telltale trails of goo. But this guy, he was a licensed hero, he said. My dads were only too happy to pay him to take care of this. Well, I followed him everywhere, hounding him with questions. That's how I discovered it was all a scam. The only slimes in our warehouse were the ones he said.
Ugh. What?
Point of fact, I was furious, Sylvia. Really mad. Then, without even stopping, my first battle. After that, I felt this. I knew I owed it to myself to give my... When Rapta's guild put out the call for recruit...
And unlike that phony hero...
Thanks, but let's be real. That's what my quest is all about. Then again, they say, what if I get my hands on a powerful weapon and it changes me? What if I go all Darkment, destroyer of worlds?
I'll keep you in check. I promise. Even if I must strike you down.
I believe you could do... Okay, with you in my corner...
So you'll keep looking?
Yeah, I'm no quitter. And sometimes, it's not until you're... That's when you break out the...
You know I...
Good. I'll keep you posted on my quest. And I'm sure I'll have good news soon.
Uh-oh. My danger sense is tingling. Can...
I'll tell you, that swamp, it's a charming little spot compared to the electrified pools of the...
Sounds like a humble... You must know, I haven't seen any of those places. I've been
Nothing immodest about it. I'm here as a thought you should know, it'd be pointless to send your people to the plains for some time. And there was some very... Better get to using some of the bounty now. Mommy is scale, and my customers know to expect...
Ugh, you know the worst part of this? Even I'm impressed that he goes out there.
Didn't I say so? As a potion maker, Corsac seems a talented amateur at best, but is following his footsteps.
all of them for now.
So, do I look any different? Because you're talking to a woman who's fought monsters and lived to tell the tale.
Sid?
Hook Day. It's the first rule of bardic storytelling. Start with a strong opening act.
That would work for selling potions, too. But don't leave me wondering. What's it been like, starting out?
You know, in some ways, it's just and yet somehow... Come on, I promise I'll tell you. This spot looks safe. I'm reasonably sure I could protect you in a pinch, but better not put it to the test so soon.
I feel safe with you. And it might be fun to...
If that's the key to impressing you, I'll try...
That sounds too easy. The way...
Is that because monster... But there were rodents with insectoid eyes and spitting song. I guess most of the creatures I've encountered so far were less monsters than pests.
Sounds like some of my customers. They're not lethal.
Present company. But you're right to see the similarities. There's a... In either case, I'll admit I've got a whole new appreciation for heroes. But when you're out here and you're...
Think you'll write a...
You know? I'm not sure there's anything for now, though.
Yeah, me too.
I'll walk you back, just in case there are any of the...
That's totally something I hear.
You know something, Sylvia? I think you might be...
That's all of them for.
You know, it occurs to me. You any good with...
Yeah.
When you see those cannons on our... Then you show up with a gravity-defying And now just put it in reverse. Careful not to breathe any of that soot.
Oh, so...
Yeah, I care about not getting sued. Now come on, Sylvia. How's that for teamwork? Supervision is a critical contribution to any...
You sound like this owl I know.
Well, he sounds smart and delicious. Fair warning, though. Being a pirate's about more than cleaning cannons and swabbing the deck.
I don't scare easy. Just ask.
I would ask him, but I'm assuming you wink. I gotta say wink on account of the eye patch.
Sylvia, you must be curious about our eye patches.
I've been meaning to ask about it.
Yeah, not very high, those odds. I ain't ever lost an eye. This eye patch is...
Oh, I assumed...
Yeah, I get that a lot. But I'll have you know, I'm very careful around. But I wanted to show solidarity with Pepper, you know?
Well, what happened to Pepper then?
We don't talk about that!
It's alright, Salt. I don't mind.
There's no need to get into it.
Yeah, ancient... Let's just say that if you wanted... They're dead! Is what I...
No, I got that.
Anyway, there's a moral in all. Offense or defense? Pirate or pet?
You've given me a...
Well, don't think too long or hard.
Sylvia, I'm troubled and I could use a spot of advice. I overheard some of my people. They were questioning my qualification. They suggested that I'm only good for pushing and after I found such marvels at the market too, I thought for certain the instant I need the heroes in my employ to respect me if I'm going to have any hope of keeping our numbers up.
Get drinks with them. You know.
Fraternizing isn't a terrible idea. I want to be liked. I think instead, my way forward is to prove that...
Isn't that...
That's right. I have to prove that I understand the danger. I confess I'd rather spend the day catching up on chores, but sometimes there can be no... I suppose that's the technique...
Yeah, no kidding. My whole life is about...
Then I hope you won't put up too much of a fight when I... Onward! It's not so bad out here, is it? I mean, there's an awful lot of dirt, but so far nothing's... But hold! Fear not, my lady! Well, I wasn't expecting to run into trouble quite so soon. But consider it...
That was impressive.
I pride myself. Now, let me harvest...
Is a picnic usually...
Well, no, but I think I've sufficiently proven myself.
Up until now, I've only...
Then that settles it! Because caviar can turn quickly, only to be vanquished in turn.
if I multitask while we chat. It's just some mindless. In fact, if you want to chip in, 6 hands are always better. Wait, hold up! Oh my wow, look at that! I guess these are useless, unless I want the whole. But I guess this means we can just chill? Do you prefer coffee or tea?
Tea sounds great.
It sure does. I have oolong tea and black tea.
Oolong works for me.
You got it. Would you like something floral or a smoky variety?
Floral. An aromatic tea. Oh,
Milk? Sugar? I like mine with a dollop of maple syrup. Yum. Oh no. Oh, I totally forgot. I hope.
sure.
You know how it is. Running a business all by yourself. It uses
Save some room for thoughts of me in that busy noggin of yours.
Forget you? Forget that! I'm a planner by nature. With as much as we have going on in our lives, planning ahead is critical. But even the best laid plans can be like a bright light that beckons you toward disaster. We have no choice but to be flexible at times. Winging it can be a little
I can think on my toes.
And you know what helps with that? Would you like something sweet? I have macarons, macaroons, little gummy things, sour little...
It feels so good. And since we're in the neighborhood, there's an exhibit on local. How do you feel about a quick museum visit?
I might be distracted by your loveliness.
Gosh, it's most days the closest I get is when a monster No legendary weapons here. Everything that But there's one artifact from that battle I never... This is more like it! That Kraken skull is a cornerstone of this island's history. I assume you know the...
Yeah, but I'd love to hear your version.
You don't have to ask me twice. She claimed this island as her own. The first settlers of this very town were her unwilling... Under her sway, they did all sorts. Her reign of terror went on for years. Maven summoned a Kraken from the depths, intending to stop them from ever setting foot here. The heroes eventually got the best of the monster, but not before it had knocked their ship right out of the water. And to think I'm now living inside that very ship. I'm pretty sure my cot is set up right where Lord... I feel so honored by that, and so inspired, and sometimes
You should be kinder to your...
I know I should. That's why I need to feel the history.
Feeling better already?
I'm feeling inspired. I'm glad we came here. And I'm glad they left that skull right where it fell. It's a tangible piece of our history. And
heroes like you.
Ha, I'm not there yet. But...
I'm feeling inspired to do this.
And we better get back to our respective quests. You and I both have...
Thanks for tagging along, Sylvia. And a little help could go.
You mean like backing vocals?
I've got the singing covered, but I would just leave my guitar case open. But it's developed a taste for small change.
Robin was brave, and though he was tiny, he kicked that old hag direct in her hiney.
Well, how'd we do?
I think they liked it.
They always do. Which is too... Because I hate that song.
Wait, really? But it's one of your big hits.
That means it's popular. The melody is fine, but the lyrics are The guy who wrote it didn't even get the historical details right. According to Robin's own account, he survived by being he was just there to carry everybody's gear, and he hid behind a tree during the fight. But I guess that doesn't rhyme with tiny, so...
Wow, you really do hate that song.
Well, I know how the sausage is made. Most of the rah-rah hero ballads are the same. Propaganda masquerading as a history lesson, written by guys who know a lot less, but they're crowd pleasers, so what am I gonna do about it?
Stop performing them?
Well, as a performer, it's not so much about what I... If you think about it, you and I, and if my audience, my customers, find comfort in the familiar, I can't fault it. A crowded market street just isn't the place to... But give people a familiar chorus that...
I can work that angle. I'm just surprised to learn you're so beholden to your audience.
Funny. I thought so. And listen, I can't complain. I've had a dream career so far. But I'm getting older. And I'm realizing all the little compromises I've made along the way. Do you know I used to write my own stuff? So I spent my preteen years barricaded away in my bedroom, trying to put all...
I bet you were adorable. Little Sid and all her big feelings.
You know, I broke some hearts in my day. I also wrote some... They were honest, though. There's value in that. But then came the managers, and the focus groups, and the ready-made hit machine. I'm still too busy.
Well, you know what they say. If you wait till you're ready...
Yeah, I should at least try to set aside time for writing. But for now, I've got to swallow my opinions and crank out another pop. I know a local soup kitchen in need of more than a few loose coppers.
Now this is what I needed. An opportunity to be pampered again. Why don't you join me for a manicure?
I'm not sure I see the point when we both wear gloves all day.
Ah, but that's the thing, Sylvia. We aren't doing this for other people. This is just for us. I asked for the Glitzkrieg treatment. Gold plating, embedded gems.
Wow, that is a lot.
Oh, this is nothing. Just wait until you see the pedicure I get tomorrow.
Tomorrow? You must really.
If a life of uncertain fortunes has taught me anything, and I might not have it for long, I've got my eye on enough. The cover charge is extravagant, but stealing from other partygoers is encouraged, so who knows? I might come out ahead in the end.
Sounds pretty intense.
There's truly no party like a pirate party. They tend to be dark and claustrophobic, and the more bodies you cram on board, the hotter it gets. It's like a little slice of the underworld on the high seas. The only problem is I'll need someone to mind the shop while I'm away.
While you're away? How long is this party exactly?
Oh, it's impossible to predict.
Weeks? You can't just leave your business behind. You'll lose all your customers. You'd have to start over from scratch. And don't you have an exam coming up?
Maybe I've changed my mind. Maybe I'm not cut out for staying in one place.
Resisting temptation is a sign of strength. Consider this a test of your commitment.
A test, is it? I do have a bit of a competitive streak, you may have noticed.
Oh, I've noticed.
I suppose I've got something to prove, and I can best do it by maintaining and exceeding my current level of success, even if it comes at the expense of a party or two. And since you're one of these customers I'm supposed to be bending over backward for, here you go. A coupon, just...
Consider me a satisfied customer.
Think nothing of it. But I should head home now. I have responsibilities, after all.
You and me both. I know it isn't easy to put your life on hold for the sake of...
One could argue that my life's been on hold for some time. Besides, there will be other parties. Maybe there will even be one in my honor one when we'll all gather to toast to my success.
peaceful here.
You're welcome to, although I may have to put you to work. How are you at wood joinery? Have you mastered the half-blind dovetail, mortise and tenon?
To be honest, I'm not sure wood joiner.
I'm teasing. You're welcome to just relax here. I try to make my friends feel welcome. And my customers, too. It's important to establish a meaningful and deep connection so that...
Thanks for the tip.
The pleasure's mine. And while you really are I had a notion to see more of the sights. And no trip... It's not so crowded down here. I can see why people like the beach, even if it looks a bit naked without any trees.
It's more romantic than the forest. The sound of the waves, the salty air.
Oh, I don't know. There are plenty of nice spots in the forest I could show you, and maybe I will. Personally, I find the looming monstrous skull over there to be a fairly potent... I'd forgotten they just left that thing there. It's been 20 years since a band of heroes landed on this. 20 years since those heroes slayed the Queen's pet kraken. Many lives were lost that day. And the Now, with the island populated once more, what's the thinking behind that, do you reckon?
It's important to memorialize our fallen, heroes and civilians both. If we pledge to never forget them, then their deaths won't have been in vain.
You have a good heart, Sylvia. And I like that you see good in... But I can't help seeing the skull as... And I've tried very hard to put them...
Hold on. Do you mean... Saffron? Were you...
I was.
I can't believe you were here. What was it like?
I'd rather not get into it. In fact, I think I better head home. I'm sorry, Sylvia. I don't mean to, but I know when I'm bound to be poor company. You enjoy the beach, and I'll see you another... I'm glad you're here, Sylvia. I felt bad about how our last excursion ended. I shouldn't have left things the way I did. And I'm particularly sorry to have spoiled... I was hoping you'd let me...
That's the best idea.
Go.
To the ice cream
parlor? You mean they've got... That's wild. And making ice cream at home is easy.
Is that an ice cream cauldron?
You're not far off the mark. We've just got to add some rock salt, heavy cream, basilisk milk, and various flavorings.
Basilisk milk?
Nah, I'm only pulling your leg. Basilisk milk's freezing point is far too low. We'll use plain old Minotaur milk.
I could help.
You essentially do this for a living. I can't have you stirring on your break.
I may be spoiled for...
Then we'll have to do this again. But does this mean my apology is accepted? My behavior at the beach forgotten?
Yes, say no more. You don't owe me any further explanations.
I'm very grateful that you're giving me the time and space to process my feelings. It makes me feel like I can be honest with you. And while it may be true that I don't owe an explanation, I think it'd do me good to get some of this off my chest.
I'm all ears.
We were speaking before about the day they slayed Maven's Kraken on their path to strike down.
And you were there?
I was there, but I wasn't a spectator. The truth is, I was one of the heroes.
Wait, really? You aren't pulling my leg? Saffron, that's amazing. Why didn't you tell me you're famous?
If I were truly famous, would you need to be told?
You know what I mean. You lived history, Saffron.
I think history would have gotten along just fine without us. We were all of us too green. Looking back, we were little more than kids. But we were absolutely certain of our own abilities. We got our chance when the Heroes Guild finally decided to move. The Guild's leadership claimed she had taken control of the people here. I think even at the time, part of me knew that wasn't true.
Why would they lie about that?
Why else? Money. Maven had taken a barren island and infused it with magic. The Guild and the royals and aristocrats it serves wanted access to this place, to its resource. She refused to barter with them, so they found a reason to move against her. They told us we were defending our home. In hindsight, I think we were only invading someone else's. There were no captives to liberate, just a small community of outcasts here by choice. And there was just a single kraken guarding the harbor.
A big one, judging by the skull.
You can say that again. It was the hardest fight we'd ever been in. I would have died if not for our healer, Shaylee. We called her the She-Wolf, and she earned her name that day. After the battle, Shaylee and the others wanted to press on right away. Maven had to know we were there. Stealth was no longer an option. But my injuries were too severe. I needed time to recover. They left me in town, which was just a tiny collection of huts at this point, recruited a local boy to be their guide, and struck off to face Maven with... I guess you know what happened after that. I never saw them again.
Saffron, I'm so sorry.
It was all a long time ago, but occasionally the grief sneaks up on me, catches me off guard. So that's my secret. For all my talk about tranquility, I'm actually a big hot mess.
You're a vision of grace.
That's kind. I have regrets, but I don't wallow in them. But I regret how I acted at the beach. And now I can take a breath.
Just like that?
Just like that. Stress can't get its claws into you if you don't let it. And mindfulness makes you master of your own mental domain.
Tranquility, here I come.
Thank you for hearing me out, Sylvia. I honestly feel much better. And I promise to be less volatile from...
That's all of them. I'm psyched for tomorrow's competition.
And I like the confidence.
Was hoping to find you. This rivalry of ours can't go on much longer.
I've got a solution to that.
Can't say I see that happening. This land's barely just come back from one ecological disaster. Then you and your ilk, the business folk, you all come here by the dozens and start grabbing up whatever you can get your hands on. Land can't sustain it, and I won't stand for it. That's why I'm trying to show you all another way. A better way.
Better how? Aren't you the one who prides himself on picking whole areas clean of resources?
I don't take more than the land can spare, and I never take anything without giving something back.
I can give as well as I take too. So if you come for me tomorrow, be ready for a fight.
Survival of the fittest, huh?
Good for you telling him.
Yeah, but I've got to wonder. When I inherited this business from my uncle, but Oswald lured me into the clutches of a pitiless soul-binding debt collector. Maybe his way of doing things wasn't entirely ethical.
Well, Listen, I'm sure your uncle... But moral dilemmas and recriminations can wait. Tomorrow, your entire focus must be on winning.
It's another beautiful day here in Rafta. We're told there's a 0% the chance of a winged carnivore attack is slightly higher, so you know me by now. I'm Baptiste. On the field below, 2 fine merchants have taken their places. But on who will it be? Our challenger has walked the... He is daring, he is dashing, and he knows Give your warmest raft to...
So many people.
She's up against the reigning champ. She's a doer, a brewer, and an entrepreneur. Make some noise for...
Hey, Corsac! Your mama's a manatee.
If only that were true.
Dang, that guy is...
Our judge today needs no introduction. Idol of millions. Inspiration to... Give it up for...
You're too kind, Baptiste. Too kind.
It has been said. Now, let's get down to business, shall we?
Didn't think there'd be so many people. Doesn't change anything. Hunter keeps his focus.
All right, contestants.
This tonic was made with the delicate whiskers of the hip.
Those are hard to...
The trick is you got
an interesting technique.
Seems fair.
Think you can beat that, Sylvia?
No animals were tickled in the creation of this potion.
It's definitely an ice tonic. I can tell by... In fact, I'll admit it. There's no question. Sylvia, this first...
I've got this at...
But... This competition's the best play, so I'm gonna adapt. Time to unleash the beast.
Corsac means business, folks. The claws are coming out for...
I trust you have another potion prepared, Corsac.
This one was brewed with all natural...
Interesting.
Well, might have gotten a few tears of my...
Sounds salty.
I respect that.
Sylvia, what do you have for us?
This should elicit some tears from Corsac.
As a side enhancer, it does meet the minimum. Exceeds them even. Well, it's obvious who's come out ahead, isn't it? Congratulations, Sylvia.
I knew I had it!
I see it now. I was the... Should have seen that coming, I suppose. Life in the wilderness prepares a man for many things. Running a...
Hey, there's no need to... Maybe it's the winner's rush talking?
Honestly, I'm not so sure potion... Only wanted to show the world there was a better way of doing things. Shown that success doesn't have... But I always planned to take a step back after today. Intended to use my winnings to fund a new series of expeditions. The more time I spend here, the more...
If it's expeditions you want, the Heroes Guild needs people who can handle themselves out in the wilderness.
Well, isn't that a thought? Might not be a bad idea. Might be...
Yeah, don't thank me or anything. Solving problems, and so it looks like Corsac will be joining the Heroes Guild.
Remarkable.
Aw, you weren't worried, were you?
I had a feeling you'd prevail. What surprises me, were I in your shoes, I'm not sure I'd do this.
We're all just people, Owl. We deserve opportunities to make our way in the... And besides, having Corsac in the guild, that's good for my shop. And it doesn't hurt.
You're really thinking ahead now. Apply that to your daily... In fact, just throw everything you know at your customers and let them sort it out.
Forget hard to beat. I'm feeling unstoppable.
Careful, Sylvia. Hubris has been the downfall of many a...
Yep.
Although you've certainly made some impressive strides in a short time.
You think so? I guess being forcibly soulbound to another person's crushing debt is a good source of motivation. Who would have figured?
If that's the case, then I'm happy to... Now,
I can't bear to watch.
Everything appears to be in order.
Dang, that would have bought a lot of ramen. But I'm in the groove now. You'll have your next payment in 10 days.
I certainly am. Until then,
You can come out now.
Oh, I'm sorry. It's just...
I get it. But don't worry, I can handle her on. You've been a huge help, Owl. Don't think...
thank you.
Not like that deadbeat Oswald. I swear. So I can raise him from the dead just to kill him all over again.
Yes, you have every right to be angry. Of course you do. We'd best turn in tomorrow.
At least we're in this together.
Good morning, Sylvia. Are you? I have something that ought to be of help. With this, you're authorized to brew a whole new range of potions.
Thank you for doing that. Paperwork is my mortal enemy.
I pride myself on being organized. In fact, I have the details for the next competition. I suppose it was foolhardy to think I could keep this one in mint condition. Anyway, remember, each new competition comes with new potion required. The potions are getting more advanced, but so too.
I guess I don't get a day.
No rest for the wicked, or the insolvent.
Hey there, chum. How's business?
Well?
Shush now. That was a rhetorical question. I already know the answer. Business is real hard, isn't it? All the upkeep, all those customers, all that math. Wouldn't you like to lay those burdens down? What do you say to an early retirement, and you just send all your customers my way?
Oh, I see. You must be my rival in the next competition. Well, sorry, but I'm no quitter. If you want to take a bite out of my business, you're in for a fight.
Oh, so the minnow's got some teeth. But I'm the big fish in this small pond, and you're an appetizer at best.
Funny that you mention appetites, because the overwhelming stink of
I'll just of course, that means you won't see me when I will come for you.
Well, he's a charmer.
Forget taking a day off. If it means trouncing that guy,